Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Markowsky. Welcome to my studio. Today we are going to recreate another painting by another one of my favorite artists. There we go. We're once again going to be looking at the work of Pierre Bonnard, and we're going to try our best to recreate this painting that he created in 1913 called Girl Playing with a Dog. It's a portrait of his niece, Vivette Terrasse, his sister's daughter, and the daughter of the famous composer Claude Terrasse. And I love this painting. It's just like the previous work by Bonnard that we're doing, certainly a lesser known artwork. Both of these are lesser known artworks. Because a lot of his other stuff is fairly complex and time-consuming. He was a very slow painter, so I felt like these are the two easiest ones that also featured content that I thought maybe people would want to recreate and add to their own collection of recreations. So, also I should say this painting is originally square. We'll look at that as we go. So I have extended the top and the bottom. So we're going to have to use our imaginations for how you want to paint the sky. But just want to make sure that that's clear at the outset, because you won't find this in this format if you look it up on the internet. So the plan for today's episode, we are going to get the image on the canvas. I'll show you how to do that. We're going to stain it with a little bit of color, and I'm not even sure what I've been using different colors recently. I don't know, I must have fallen and hit my head. We're going to also talk about the biography of Pierre Bonnard, and probably, I don't know if we're going to do any underpainting, because he rarely did so himself. Background, foreground, foreground. This is going to take a little bit longer, so I'm figuring probably 4 hours, 4.5 hours to get this painting done. Although it would have taken him months to do it himself, so we'll see how efficient we can be. Obviously, we're going to have to cut a few corners to recreate a great painting by a great master who took months to paint a single painting. Okay, so the plan is we're going to, or sorry, we've already talked about the plan. This is how you can support the plan with a simple like button pressing and subscription button pressing and notification bell pressing. If you want to take a photograph of the artwork you created and upload it to the Facebook group, and if you haven't joined that, you should do that right now. I think it's the first link in the description below. And if you want to support the channel with a small donation to help keep the lights on and help me pay my internet bill, which is pretty big, streaming out like this all the time, that would be awesome. You can use PayPal, Super Chat here during the live streams, or e-transfer, good old-fashioned check in the mail. Just send me an email. My email's on my website and the Facebook group. So there's a lot of stuff going on down there. So do that if you want to help support the channel. And again, thank you to all of those of you who've been consistent supporters over the years that we've been doing this. Okay. Step number 1 is to get an image onto the canvas. So you can download this free image. Let's show you what it looks like. So there's the original, well, the version of the artwork that I've used. I've extended the top and the bottom. It was a square painting originally. And then here's the outline that I created based on that using the Procreate app on my iPad Pro. And maybe just while I'm here, just about to point out where to find that. If you want to do last week's painting, this portrait of a young girl, that's what the original looked like. There's also the outlines for that painting. So here's the Facebook group. You can see every episode I do a little bio, a little introduction about each painting. And also that's how I give free feedback, usually once a month, but it's not going to be probably once every 2 months. I was hoping to do it this past weekend, but I had to teach all day long, so I think I might replace next Tuesday's episode with a feedback episode, or I was thinking about doing it on this Thursday morning at 9 a.m. Pacific time, which might be better for, I have a lot of viewers out in Europe, so that might be much better for them. So you let me know in the chat if you'd rather do a feedback episode on Thursday morning, or maybe afternoon, or if you'd rather do it on a Tuesday evening, as I'm doing right now, next week. Okay, so here's our the Dropbox. You'll see at the very top is the basic resources to get started, supply lists and stuff, and then the next bunch here are more basic paintings. And if we scroll, and then these ones here that just begin with numbers, if we keep on going, you can see we've done a lot of paintings. We're on painting episode 308, and some of those episodes, as you know, we've done 2, 3, 4, 5 paintings. Oh, there we are. 138. And also, as a heads up, I might reorganize all of this over the next few months. So if you're watching this episode a year from now and you're like, folder 138 doesn't exist anymore, it should be in alphabetical order by last name of the painter at some point. Okay, so you can see that there's these 6 files. There's the 2 original images, and then there's 2 versions of the outlines for the 2 paintings we've done and or doing today. So you download those, you print it off on your home printer, inkjet printer, laserjet printer at home or work or at a local print shop, and let's get that started. You can see I've been doing a ton of research, not just also about Pierre Bonnard, but about Les Nabis, which was the main art group movement that he was a founder of, Les Nabis, and also some books relating to Matisse and Bonnard. Matisse and Bonnard were friends, and there's a really great exhibition that happened probably 20 years ago now. And Felix Vallotton, who was probably the second most well-known Nabi painter. So maybe I'll flip through these heavy books later on. Okay, so let's get a canvas too. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to paint on a 9x12 sized canvas panel or canvas board, same thing, and they usually come wrapped in plastic. You can buy them from the dollar store. These ones I bought off Amazon. I really like them. They are twice the price of the one you get from the dollar store, so they're $2 instead of $1, but they're far superior. So because you can buy similar things like this at major art supply stores for like $5, $6 a piece, which I think is too much for a canvas board. $2 I think is pretty good, especially at this quality. So I take it out of the plastic, I sand it down with 100 grit sandpaper, and then I apply some white acrylic gesso on top of it, and then I let that dry overnight, and then I sand it again with 220 grit sandpaper, so I get this really nice smooth surface. This is smoother than usual. I must have given this one a little bit of extra love, which is perfect because there's a lot of detail in today's painting. Now obviously you don't have to sand it, you don't have to apply more gesso, they come pre-gessoed, but if you want to get a nice smooth surface, that's what you got to do. So now I'm just going to tape this down. I might move it off to the side a bit just so I can get the little back side of this dog, I think. Is that a good idea? I think so. And now I'm going to use some graphite transfer paper. It does say carbon transfer paper, but it is graphite transfer paper. Same exact, well, not exact thing, but they do the same thing. And then we're going to outline this. Now there's a lot of little lines here I've put. I'm not going to trace them all. Because the one thing with Bonnard is trying to find where the lines go is very difficult. And I bet you if each one of you watching right now did an outline of this Bonnard or any Bonnard painting, we would all have very, very different interpretations of that artwork. Because a big part of the way that he paints is there's a kind of a blurring between foreground and background elements, and trying to decipher where, you know, a person's body ends and the area around it begins is pretty tricky. And it's no wonder that Pablo Picasso disliked Bonnard's paintings so much, because Picasso was all about the line, all about drawing boundaries and making distinctions between things. On the other hand, it's no surprise also that Matisse, arguably Picasso's greatest rival, was a big fan of Bonnard, because Matisse and Bonnard both sort of approached painting in a very similar way. Both really liked color and often painted in a way which distorted the body, for sure. Well, Picasso did that too, but also well, I guess Picasso also, there was a confusion between foreground and background. I mean, that's sort of what Cubism is all about, I guess, is all about flattening space. It's always so hard to make nice, clean generalizations about an artist and their career, because artists are always sort of changing their minds, contradicting themselves. I had a teacher when I was in graduate school who said, you know what, the way you talk about painting reminds me a lot of Matisse. You should read Matisse's book. I'm sure I know I have 2 copies of it. Where those 2 copies are is a good question. And so anyway, I went and got the book and I read the book, and the next time we met, myself and that teacher, I was like quoting some of the things Matisse had written, and then that same teacher was like, yeah, but Matisse doesn't know what he's talking about at all. None of his writings actually have anything to do with his paintings. They completely contradict his paintings. I'm like, okay, so sorry, why did you ask me to read that book then? Needless to say, I didn't get along with that teacher very well, and I sort of felt like that was a little bit of an underhanded dig, that like Matisse doesn't know what he's talking about, and neither do I. So if you're going to you might as well emulate a good artist who had no idea what he was doing. But I also was like, well, okay, well, I mean, I guess there's worse things to do than be aligned with Matisse. So we all have had some great teachers throughout our lives, and some that maybe less so. I strive to be maybe one of the better teachers that maybe some of you have had, but not everybody feels that way either. If you were to poll the students of mine at the university I teach at, would be a healthy disagreement about my teaching effectiveness, I'm sure. Signature, let's wait for that. Okay, I think that's kind of like the. I mean, it is quite the framing that Bonnard did to crop the back part of the dog out like that is to say the least is kind of daring. There's a sizable amount of people, probably most particularly in the photographic community, who would strongly disagree with that type of approach. That there's a whole not rules, but suggested rules, I suppose you could say, about cropping an image and how much of a body to include. Like, it would be taboo to crop this picture, like just with that toe missing. But you could do that. You could crop the body down here. Same sort of thing. You wouldn't want to crop just the tip of the fingers or the hand. You could kind of crop maybe higher up, closer to the elbows, perhaps. Same sort of thing with this dog. So the fact that Bonnard did that is again one of the features of his works that makes them appear to be very casual, very informal, like we're a fly on the wall of this scene. A lot of his works have that look of like a smartphone snapshot, because Bonnard also would draw all the time in these little sketchbooks, and all of his work is mostly reproduced from those little sketches rather than from life. He painted very few things directly from life. Most of it was from memory. Anyway. Uh-oh. Isn't the volume too loud? Music? Is the music really loud? Huh. That's usually how loud it is. I'll turn it down a bit more. This when I tap on my microphone like that? Hello, hello, hello? Does that work? You let me know. That's weird. I just did the same thing I've been doing, and people are saying the music is too loud. Interesting. Okay, that's what everyone's saying. So you let me know if that does any effect whatsoever. Sandra says, now we can hear. Oh, now we can't hear you at all. What? Oh, I see what happened. I turned the wrong thing down. Okay. Oops. Okay, that should work. For some reason, that track went on the wrong track for today. Okay. Well, I appreciate everyone's attempt to help me there. So that should sort things out. So I'll just have to remember to basically repeat most of myself. I'll sort of do that as we go. Okay. Thank you again. I really appreciate it. Thanks, Sandra. And Pascal and Deborah and Lolly and everyone else who was shouting in all caps at me. I appreciate that. So the next step is we want to stain this painting with a little bit of color. And that color could really be any color. And even some artists don't do this step. It's called the Imprimatura. And it's the most fun word to say of all time. I love saying it. Imprimatura. Right? And so before we do that, maybe just looking at what colors we're going to use. And so we're going to use what's called a split primary palette. It's a limited palette, meaning we're really only going to use 7 colors for this palette. And essentially what we're doing is we're taking your primary palette, red, yellow, and blue, and splitting each of those colors into two, because every color's got a temperature, and we're going to split the colors into warm and cool colors. And that's going to make it, basically with this palette, we can paint about 95% of all the colors that your eye can see. So I've got 2 reds, 2 yellows, 2 blues, plus white. I said 7, which is 7 tubes. We don't really need black. I do have black, but I think I've used the exact same tube of black paint for over 300 episodes, and there's still mostly, but maybe 70% of it left in the tube. So because I can mix my own black with the colors I have above here, which I think is amazing. Not everybody likes mixing their own black. I love doing it. I always think it's magical every time I do it, but to each his own, right? Or to each her own. And so here is the brand of paint that I'm going to use. Not sponsored, not paid, no free supplies, not anything. I went out and bought it just like everybody else at my local art supply store. This Amsterdam paint is what I usually use, or what I always use, and because it's good bang for the buck. And I usually do this Azo Yellow Deep as my Imprimatura. Now, if you don't have this brand of paint, no fear. You could use Golden, but Golden is sort of one of the most expensive and professional grades of paint out there. So this tube of paint costs somewhere between $12 to $17. This one here costs about $30, and it's half the size. So you do the math. You know, if you're sort of a little bit more advanced, you may want to consider buying Golden paint. However, you're probably not going to notice the difference. At least not at first. So I really encourage you to use less expensive materials. There's your Liquitex, their Winsor & Newton, Artist Loft from Michael's Art Supply, Buzz, Holbein, Daler Rowney, Fevicryl, Nova Color, Chroma Color, but I'm not the biggest fan of Museum Color from Toronto, nor Peebo, because both of these brands put too much titanium white into their paint as a filler. Now, most of these other paints I recommended before, including the Amsterdam paint, also do that, but Peebo and the Museum brand just put too much in there, and it makes it impossible to make our own black, for instance, because it's just going to go to gray, and so that I find super frustrating. So let's put some paint on in fact, maybe even before I do that, let's just take a quick look at the painting and just see what color, if any, we want to put down here. Now, I think there's probably the same kind of brown that we used last time. So in the last week's painting, you could maybe see... This was the Imprimatura that I used. So it was a warm orangey brown, which is pretty typical to the kind of Imprimatura that most artists would have used at that time. And I think he probably did the same. I think that's what we see coming through the dog here, on her legs, on her arm, you know, little bits showing through. I mean, that's what I think. What I'm looking at is trying to see between the brush strokes. See areas where maybe the canvas hasn't been completely covered. Okay, so I think that is what he did. But I think I'm going to go back to my warm yellow that I've been painting with for the vast majority of these paintings. You know, I mean... I'm happy that I've spent maybe the past month playing around with various different Imprimaturas, but I also really feel pretty strongly about using these colors the way, or using this warm yellow the way I do. I think, for me personally, it works the best. I can't remember, I saw a discussion about it just today, I think, on the Facebook group, where a few of you were talking about using different Imprimaturas, and some people preferring a little bit more of a neutral Imprimatura. Where did that blob? A blob of paint flew off my brush, and I just want to make sure that. Okay, went on the cover of a library book. Okay, that's fine. Just making sure it's not on the face of a painting that I did. Don't worry, I'm going to clean that library book off here. I just, one thing at a time. Okay. And you know, like the past month or so, where I think maybe the past, what, 4 or 5 paintings I did, I used different Imprimaturas for them. And I think it's a good idea to just every once in a while just sort of question a little bit about your technique or your method. Just try something a little bit different. And, you know, if it doesn't work, you're not happy with it, no problem. You can always go back. You know, it's sort of like you always go to your favorite restaurant and you always have the exact same thing, right? You know, every once in a while you just feel like, you know what? Every time I come here, I have the veggie burger. Love the veggie burger. I'm a vegetarian, or pescatarian, really. But you know what? Today I am going to have the salad, or I'm going to have the chicken fingers, or I'm going to have the special, or whatever it is, right? The salmon, or... Just so you know that, like, sometimes you're like, whoa, wow, this whole time I've been eating the wrong thing. Oh my goodness, I'm so glad I tried this. Or, well, you know what? It's still not as good as the thing that I always get here. Well, at least I'm glad I tested that and made sure. Okay, so just going to condense that paint up in case I want to use it for something. It just cracks me up to... It's so strange to me to, you know, to be doing what I'm doing here and get real-time feedback from people about, like, the music or, you know, things like that. And I feel so fortunate to have people like yourselves watching and commenting, and blows my mind. Okay, I'm just gonna, before I move on, I'm just gonna put some paint out on the palettes. Also, just forgive me for repeating myself about various things. I just know that not everybody watches all 4 hours of an episode. So these jars are also the same brand of paint. This is just the paint that I squeeze out of the tube when the tube appears to be completely full. I cut it open and just use a little spatula to scoop inside and get that paint out. And it always blows my mind how much paint is hidden inside those tubes. So a good investment is a device like this, the tube ringer with a W, and that you can put your tube of paint in there, twist it, and it just gets every last drop of paint out of it. Love the tube wringer. That would be something I could endorse. I could be the official spokesman of the tube wringer. Very, very narrow audience. Let's see. Let's put the blues on. Pascal says, question, you said you dropped paint on a library book. Suggestions on how you clean acrylic paint off of a surface. Unwanted acrylic paint off the surface. Depending on what it is, you could just use a little quick rag and wipe it away. You know, if I dropped it on the inside, on the pages of the book, you'd be kind of a little bit out of luck. I mean, maybe if you get a damp cloth and you kind of carefully dab and wipe it away, you might be able to do a reasonable good job of taking that paint off. I have, I think I've mentioned it before, this spray that I use to clean the table. It's basically an anti-graffiti spray. But you know, here's this little dab of paint there. Right. Just wipe that off. Like it never happened. Having said that, you know, I often find a lot of library books, monographs of artists that are in the library, big thick catalogs like this. You often find splatters of paint inside. And that just tells me that this book was used by an artist, and they were sitting there making paintings, and the paint splattered onto the book. And personally, I don't mind that. I mean, ideally, it's nice if the book is not wrecked or anything, but I'd much rather have a book that's got some paint splatters on it than someone who's highlighted and underlined every couple sentences. That drives me way more nuts than splatters of paint on it. Okay. So... let's talk a little bit about the biography of Pierre Bonnard. Now, we did that kind of the first maybe half of his life in the previous episode, so I kind of want to pick up where we left off. So just as a quick review, Pierre Bonnard is born in 1867 and dies in 1947. And just while I do this, I just want how Matisse... Interesting, I thought, okay, Matisse is born in 1869, so Bonnard is only a couple years older than Matisse. I for some reason thought Bonnard was maybe 10 years older than Matisse, but they really are almost brothers, born just a couple years apart. Anyway, so he's Pierre Bonnard is born just outside of Paris, basically a kind of a small, what is considered to be now a suburb of Paris, just southwest of downtown. And his father was a military man, a high-ranking kind of bureaucrat in the French military. And so we talked about how that influenced Bonnard's initial direction to pursue a fairly conservative path in life, and he studied to become a lawyer. But while he was in law school, he started taking painting classes. While he was in painting classes, he met a number of other artists. Let me see. So he started taking classes at the Académie Julian, and while he was there, he met Paul Cerisier and Marie Denis, who later on form Les Nabis with him. So these are two artists who become kind of major artists in French art at the turn of the last century. Bonnard convinces his father to eventually let him pursue art full-time after Bonnard shows his father that he can make prints and drawings and other commercial art and sell them and support himself. So his father finally relents to allow Pierre to go to art school. So he then studies at l'École des Beaux-Arts, where he meets Edouard Vuillard, who I kind of mentioned briefly being another one of the major artists as part of Les Nabis. So how far? I think we started talking about Les Nabis. So Les Nabis was an art movement that kind of probably the first maybe official art movement to follow Impressionism. And there were other artists who kind of came after Impressionism, most famously Paul Gauguin and Vincent van Gogh, who weren't allied with any movement at all. They were their own kind of plowing their own paths. And Les Nabis, however, was the first one that kind of was an actual formal group that followed the Impressionists. And even some of them exhibited with the Impressionists, were friends with Impressionist painters, including Bonnard. Was friends with Claude Monet, the most famous Impressionist painter. But they were also of the younger generation, and they kind of wanted to explore their own pathway. And Les Nabis was a group of, it was basically sort of like like a pseudo, well, Les Nabis means prophets, right? So they kind of tried to create their own secret society and kind of modeled after the Freemasons kind of thing, right? But it was also kind of a little bit of like a bit of a joke. I mean, it's almost like, I hesitate to say like a frat house, but like, or a frat, but it's kind of like that. I was never a part of a frat. I went to art schools in my life. But, you know, sort of like a group of guys, or all men, who met regularly, had a name for this group, had secret handshakes, you know, wrote in code, all these kinds of things. I think mostly just for fun, but also as a way of supporting each other through the early parts of their careers, because it's hard to kind of get your career going as an artist, and it's certainly a lot easier if you do it as a group, if you have a few other people that you were working with you shoulder to shoulder and you're exhibiting together. It's far easier to get a lot of people to come to a group exhibition than it is to come to a solo exhibition, especially if nobody knows who any of those artists are, because, you know, if you are one artist and you can try to get your friends to come to your show, and some of them show up and some of them don't, but if you have a group show and you've got 10 artists exhibiting simultaneously, and even if only 2 people shows up for each of those artists, well, now you've got, what's the math, 30 people at the show, right? Instead of, you know, 3 people at that show, right? So if it was just one artist who brought 2 of their friends. So that, you know, that's, group shows have been a tried and tested formula for a long time for that very reason. It's a great way of banding together to get people to come to your group. And Les Nabis was a bit of like a rejection of the consumerism and the rational philosophies that dominated the Industrial Revolutionary period. Because during the Industrial Revolution, there's this sense that like the human mind can build anything. We can create our trains, and we can build boats and cannons, and we have like conquered nature. There's no shadows in the world of man. Everything we can spread the light of reason upon everything. And Les Nabis was like, pump the brakes, guys. Like, do you really think all of this industrialism is a positive? Like, What about all that smog that is literally descending on cities and killing people, which was something that happened at the turn of the last century? Do we, this is also the reason why we have these wars that become increasingly more and more violent, and the scale of them, it keeps on getting bigger and bigger, because this rational thinking, which kind of ironically leads to extremely irrational behavior. So there was a very quite a large number of people expressed doubt, skepticism about the Industrial Revolution and this kind of rational thinking thought that was very pervasive at the time. And Les Nabis was sort of like really spearheaded that. And they're kind of going for, they were kind of, I wouldn't say not environmentalists, but people who wanted to kind of go back to nature. A lot of their work features people in these rural landscape, pastoral landscapes, with animals, and like often you see people like sheep herders, goat herders, people having picnics in the park, people painting their gardens, as opposed to some of the the Impressionists, yes, did very similar paintings, like women walking through, a garden or a forest with a parasol, and little kids playing in fields. So certainly those were also themes in Impressionism, but you also had a number of Impressionist artists who were painting pictures of trains and train stations and this kind of the machinery of modern life. So Les Nabis was a bit of a rejection, or was totally a rejection of that. It also coincides with two other things: the growth of Art Nouveau, and the flood of Japanese prints that were arriving in Europe at that time. So Art Nouveau, and which is probably also inspired by Japanese art too, was kind of a radical flattening of space, because traditionally in Japanese and Asian art in general, you don't see, or at least not originally until European art went to on its own return journey back to Asia, you didn't see geometric perspective. And so a lot of Asian art, one of the major features is kind of a flattening of space, in which maybe a mountain way in the background sort of looms quite close behind someone, as opposed to appearing to be hundreds of kilometers in the background. And so a lot of European artists, when they saw that, was just like, whoa, this is never seen anything like this. Like, wow, let's see if we can learn something from these Asian artists, right? And so that was a huge revolution. Let's see. So in the, I'm trying to, what period? I think it's like 1905. Let me see if we can get the date here. So, well, Les Nabis really runs from, let's say, 1888 until 1900. So about like a 12-year run. And where you have, again, all these artists are in their early, mid-20s as when they're part of that group. But just like a lot of bands, music bands, they sort of break up when people get into their early 30s, and some, people got kids and people start moving away. And so that also happened with Les Nabis. And people get jobs and stop making art, or they get a teaching job in a different country or a different part of France, etc. So that also kind of marks a bit of a change in the work that Bonnard was creating. So he moves to a studio. I think I'm not sure exactly when he got this studio, at 65 Rue de Douai. And I'll show you where that is. So here's this, maybe let's back out first of all. I should mention that the area where he grew up was right I think it was right about here. So it was really not too far away from downtown Paris, right? But at the time when he was born, it was kind of like farmland, etc. Anyway, this is where he moves, right up here in Montmartre, which is literally right around the corner from the Moulin Rouge and Le Chat Noir, two big famous cabaret bar locations, gambling halls. This was also kind of at the time the red light district. Montmartre was originally like quite a poor area of town. There was farms around here. Again, this is, you go back in time, and Paris certainly wasn't as developed as it is today. And so this was kind of the edge of town. This is where a lot of like part-time workers would stay, construction workers. There was a lot of circus performers would stay in this area when they came through town. A lot of musicians, if they were touring around Europe, they would kind of stay in this area. So it was and also obviously a lot of artists had their studios there because it was kind of cheap and run down. You know, not like people just, if you had any money, you would not go out of your way to live in Montmartre, right? It was, you know, it was probably also kind of lots of petty violence, you know, pickpockets and robberies and things like that. You know, a lot of bars and stuff are located in this area. So this is where his studio was. Let's see if we can. So I think, oh, I thought there was a plaque on the wall here somewhere. So this building there, where these kids are sitting in front of, anyway, this is where Bonnard's studio was. And, you know, now it's beautiful, fancy, rich area, lots of tourists in this neighborhood. You know, and this building itself just looks like, wow, that's a beautiful building. But if you think back 150 years ago, it was pretty run down, pretty rough little area there. And then maybe let's just go out around the corner here. Where's... Let's go out here. Anyway, I don't know why I'm having such a hard time. Okay, here's the Chat Noir. You can see it's still part of this area. You know, a little bit of these adult shops in the area. Oops, why am I going the wrong way? Moulin Rouge, right up this way. Did I pass it already? Let's close that. Oh, it's on the other side of the street. Okay, no wonder I'm having such a hard time. There we go. So this would, you know, you could see that the Moulin Rouge, very famous building here, which also, you know, moved a few times, but this I think was its final location. And this would have been what, 3-minute walk from Bonnard's studio when he's like in his mid-20s, right? So you could just, you know, if you were a young guy and you're 20 years old, 25, 30 years old, you're a painter, this is where you're hanging out. Beautiful women, gambling, there's lots of absinthe and alcohol. It's pretty wild environment. There's lots of artists hanging out there drawing all of the beautiful women. And there's also, there are wealthy men, like collectors, you know, business people, politicians who are hiding out from their wives, who are also hanging out here too. So it's also a bit of an opportunity to kind of rub elbows with people who you'd never run into. And so that was also one of the reasons artists would spend time in that neighborhood. Now, as Bonnard starts to get more and more success in the early 1900s, he moves out, he doesn't entirely move, but he buys a small property out in Vernon. I've never tried to say that name. I think about it. We have a Vernon, British Columbia, but I imagine it's pronounced differently in French. Anyway, just to the northwest of Paris is where he gets his studio, and it just so happens to be just down the road from Giverny, where another artist had his studio, a very famous, probably one of the most famous art studios. I mean, maybe only rivaled by Frida Kahlo's studio and the Blue Studio, or the Blue Studio by Frida Kahlo in Mexico City. I think those got to be the two most famous art studios, right? Anyway, so there's Giverny is where Claude Monet's studio was. It's now also a museum. Beautiful little town. Again, it's, you only drive for an hour outside of Paris, and you feel like you're miles. You are miles, but you do feel like you're really far away from like one of the biggest cities in the world. And you can also imagine at this time, wow, you come out here, you might as well be on the moon. So Bonnard and Monet both had studios way outside of Paris where they could really get away and just focus on making art. Both for very similar reasons. Both of them had achieved a certain amount of success and were kind of like, you know what? Now that I have money, I don't want to be hanging out in Montmartre and, getting drunk every night. I just want to go out. I want to have a family, and I want to live outside of town where it's just, we don't have the pollution and the noise and all that kind of stuff. And also, it's a little bit more peaceful. I don't have other people coming and knocking on my door every 20 minutes, trying to drag me out to go to the bar or whatever. So here's a little bit of some info. I'll put all these links in. This is a great little video just sort of talking about Bonnard's garden, Vernon. So yeah, just 5 kilometers from Giverny. So 5 kilometers would be what? Maybe an hour's walk away. So Bonnard and Monet would have spent time together, probably walking around through those pastoral landscapes together. Here's a little bit more information about their studios there. All those links are in the description below. What else? Okay, so as Bonnard, let's see, is the wiki page here. So here's the stuff that he made when he was part of Les Nabis. Generally kind of a little bit more muted colors, lots of very dense patterns, and a lot of the patterns that Bonnard painted when he's part of that group are very flat, right? Again, remember, at this time he's highly influenced by the Japanese prints that he had purchased, and there was various different exhibitions that were being held at that time. And I mean, Bonnard made a series of screens which are very popular in Japanese culture, and so he would have seen those screens before and decided to recreate his own. Although after having painted a number of those screens, he had them disassembled and turned into paintings rather than as screens, because he was like, oh, this is too good to be a screen. Okay. So these are those screens that he had disassembled after he painted them, because he felt like they're paintings. They're more than just a little screen. Not to put screens down, because they are such an important feature of Japanese art, but that was just the way that Bonnard felt at the time. So here, these are artworks that are happening right at the tail end of his involvement with Les Nabis, and then we start he also really kind of at the time where he leaves Les Nabis, or the Les Nabis folds, he does take his first trip down to the south of France, and I think that, so he does that before he moves or at least starts spending more and more time outside of Paris, in Valnay. And I think probably that trip down south kind of opened his mind to be like, oh, this is really nice, be getting out of town and just being a little bit more isolated. And so you could see all these sort of these boats and the water starts to become a bit more of a reoccurring feature. So yeah, so when he moves back to Paris, he's like, okay, let's get out of town. I should also say, during the time, I think it's from 1893. When does he meet Marthe? Yeah, so 1893. So this is about 5 years after Les Nabis forms. He meets this woman, Marthe de Méligny, and she becomes, at first, she's his model, and he makes many paintings of her. And they spend a lot of time together, but they also have an open relationship, right? You know, you're right in the center of the art world, and in Paris, the two young people, and they can't be tied down to one another. So she's having romantic relationships with other men, and he's having relationships with other women, and yet they still form a kind of partnership together. And it's not until 1925, which is, 32 years after they first meet, that they finally decided to get married. And there's, in fact, I should also mention that there's a movie that is coming out. It hasn't been released, hasn't had wide release. I think it's been released in France. It was premiered at the Cannes Film Festival earlier this year, called Bonnard, Pierre, and Marthe. And there is a trailer for it. I'm not going to play the trailer, but it is worth watching. It does give you an idea, a little bit about the relationship that these two people had, and it's very, very playful. Just as a kind of quick little summary, just the clip, the only clip I've seen of it is he's making a painting, and then she sort of playfully teases him in the studio, and then they run outside, and they're chasing after one another around this is probably where they were living, in Varonnet, near Giverny, where Monet lived, and they're chasing each other around the garden, tearing each other's clothes off, and it sort of just cuts to two old guys in a boat paddling down the I don't know if this is the Seine River here, kind of just watching these two young people frolic around in the grass, and they're just like, there's old Bonnard going nuts again. Right, those artists. So I look forward to watching this movie. I have no idea beyond that little clip how good the film is, but it does seem like, at least from that point of view, that it's quite a playful film. What else do I want to say? So pretty much most of the paintings that we see that feature women, especially nude women, in Bonnard's work, are almost entirely always images of Marthe. And one thing is, I mentioned earlier, is that Bonnard would often have these very small sketchbooks, and it would just be drawing constantly. And so he might just see, he'd be kind of sitting maybe on the couch and see his wife getting out of the bathtub and just really quickly do a quick sketch. And so then he would take those sketches and enlarge them into larger paintings and paint everything that he saw based on his sketches, he would paint his paintings based on his sketches and his memory of what he saw. So rather than asking his future wife, or Marthe, his partner, to kind of like, oh, can you go back and stand in the hallway again? I'm just going to get my easel, I'll set it up. I want to paint you standing, kind of getting out of the tub again. He would just be like, no, I got a pretty good memory. I'm just going to paint what I remember. And so that idea that most of his paintings, almost all of his paintings, except maybe a few of these portraits, are based on his memories and his sketches, is really what lends his paintings this strange quality of appearing kind of dreamlike, of being kind of ambiguous, that things are not quite as rigidly defined as they might have been had he actually had Marta kind of retake that pose and try to paint her quote unquote faithfully, right? Instead, he's sort of it's like, when you dream and you see maybe someone in your dreams and you're just like, oh, who is that person? Is that, a old teacher I had, or an ex-girlfriend, or just somebody I saw on the bus, and faces kind of blend together. I feel like that's the feeling I get when I look at Bonnard's work. Is there's often people will talk about his work kind of having like, as if you're standing behind a veil or a curtain, and details are a little mushy. And again, that's all stuff that was, ground that had been covered by the Impressionists, which is true, but the Impressionists often painted directly from life. They would, they're revolutionary in the sense they often took their easels outside with them, set up their canvases, and painted directly from life. And in their instance, the reason why the paintings are kind of, lots of little dabs of paint and kind of look a little bit blurry, which was the criticism at the time, or unfinished is also another criticism. The Impressionists were painting like in time, like, so they're going really, really fast, trying to capture the light as they see it at that moment. Maybe there's dark clouds rolling in and they're like, oh, I better get this scene painted before it starts to rain. So that's the Impressionist way of working. Bonnard's paintings share many of the same qualities of Impressionism, but they're painted in a very different way. Bonnard is in his studio, usually had his artwork stapled or nailed to the wall, and he's just painting maybe from a sketch or from memory. And so they in the technical aspects, they appear to, the paint is applied in similar ways. But Bonnard would paint for months and months on the same painting. He would also have maybe 5 or 6 other paintings on the go simultaneously. And all of them are happening almost entirely in his studio from memory. So the fact that they are a little bit blurry is not because he's feeling rushed because of the weather, or the fact that maybe somebody he's painting is like, okay, Claude, let's wrap it up, I'm getting hungry. But more that like he's just like and he's deliberately trying to evoke that feeling of ambiguity, of fleetingness, of memory or dreams. So it's funny that you have the artwork of the Impressionists and artists like Bonnard on the surface seem very similar, and which is why they, someone like Bonnard and Monet could be really good friends, because side by side those paintings could look very similar. Monet would do his painting in maybe 3 or 4 hours and maybe do a little work back in the studio. Bonnard would do his painting over 30 or 40 hours entirely in his studio. And yet when they're together, they kind of have very similar qualities. Now, an argument could be made for both of those paintings, one being superior or approach being superior to the other. Some people would say, like, hey, if Monet can crank a painting like that out in like 2 or 3 hours, and it's just as good as what Bonnard did, and it took him 5-10 times longer, then that's a win for Monet. Bonnard would say, yeah, but I'm trying to see past maybe what Monet is trying to, like, maybe, yeah, they do look similar, but I'm not restrained by reality and what I see. My only restrictions is what I can imagine. So yeah, I mean, it's I just find it fascinating that, that there's it also explains why some of Bonnard's paintings just have these very weird imagery, like we look at here, landscape with tree figures and willow. This reminds me a lot more of the work of of, oh my goodness, this is going to drive me crazy. Oh, and we did one of his paintings. Oh my goodness. Canadian. Peter Doig, there we are. Peter Doig's work, who's a contemporary artist who was born in Scotland, raised in Toronto or Ontario, whose work has often been compared to the work of Bonnard. It's not the best example. Let's see if we can just take Peter Doig would sort of be considered to be like the carrying on the work of Bonnard. In that also Doig's work also has this strange aspects to it that are these weird indistinct qualities. Excuse me. This is the painting called, I think, 100 Years by Peter Doig. We recreated this painting maybe a year or so ago. I mentioned last time also that Pablo Picasso hated Bonnard's work because he thought Bonnard was so indecisive. He was just like, oh my goodness, the guy is just like... Because Bonnard, another thing Bonnard was famous for was never being happy with his work and constantly touching up old work. In fact, he would sell work to people. His work would be on display in places, and he would often carry around as a little paint set. And just like a JMW Turner, a century before, would often go and paint on his paintings in galleries and museums, only to be confronted by security who are like, what on earth are you doing? Oh, I've just never been happy with the eyebrows on this figure, and so and they're like, hey, get me that brush, stop painting on that painting. No, but I painted this painting. And they're like, oh yeah, right, yeah, and I painted that one, buddy, get out of here. Right? And Bonnard being kind of, pushed out of the museum only for people to be like, that's like one of the most famous living artists, right? That's Pierre Bonnard. Security, like, I don't know. Guy was nuts. He's in there painting on stuff, like, right? So anyway, so that's one of the things that Picasso hated, because Picasso was such a macho guy that and so certain of himself and everything he's doing. Picasso is not someone, I don't think anyone has ever used the word doubt in the same sentence as Picasso. Picasso was probably the most ridiculously overconfident, egotistical figure in human history. Bonnard was a little bit more, what's the word? A little bit, I don't know about in terms of himself, but in terms of his work, a little bit more, less sure of it, maybe, and less confident about it. Again, the fact that he wanted to retouch those paintings was, in terms of Bonnard, just saw it as like, well, I feel like I can always make it a little bit better. Whereas Picasso just saw that as like, that is exactly what makes a bad artist, is that waffling and not being able to let go, not being able to move on. Versus Matisse was a huge fan of Bonnard's work. They were good friends. They exhibited together. There was that big exhibition that happened a decade or so ago of Bonnard and Matisse's work side by side. And I mean, when we look at them, we can see a lot of Matisse in Bonnard and vice versa, because they both lived eventually down in the south of France near one another. So let's maybe go to that. So in 1925, Pierre Bonnard marries Marthe, his longtime companion, the main model of his work, and they move to the south of France because Marthe had some kind of condition. I don't know if it was asthma. So, because she often had to take these long baths, and I'm trying to remember, that was when, you know, that was the cure for certain kinds of ailments back in the day, is that in order to get over some kind of sickness, the doctor would prescribe these like 5-hour long baths that you just sit in a bathtub for hours and hours. It's the same sort of thing that the famous revolutionary Marat, who was assassinated during the French Revolution in his bathtub, famously recreated by Jacques-Louis David. There was a lot of people who would be in their bathtubs. I can't remember why. But anyways, long story short is they moved down to the French Riviera, and they settle in this area, Le Bosquet, I think I've heard it referred to, which is right down the street from Cannes. And there's also a number of other artists who moved to this area. Let me just see. I know Renoir moved down here, Cagnes-sur-Mer. I'm trying to remember where these... yeah, right, okay, so Cagnes-sur-Mer was where Renoir moved down. You have Matisse famously lived in Nice. There's the Matisse Museum. So you have a lot of French artists who started to move down to the south of France. They all kind of spread out in that area. And now the Musée Bonnard is down here as well. So if you're interested, here's the Musée de Bonnard. I haven't actually been there myself, but a lot of the images that are in these textbooks on Bonnard are in the collection of the Musée Bonnard. You know, another thing, as I was putting together these episodes, I think I'm going to move on here just a few minutes, is just sort of trying to think of like which painting of Bonnard's to do. Like, a lot of these works, like, Bonnard is one of those artists who created very few iconic artworks. Like, artworks that are instantly recognizable by maybe mainstream audiences. Unlike Matisse, or Picasso, or Leonardo da Vinci, or Frida Kahlo, or Emily Carr, or Tom Thompson. Each one of them has, like, you know, a handful of paintings that obviously by virtue of the collections that they've been in have been sort of promoted and are reproduced constantly in books and magazines and on the internet. Bonnard is one of those figures who did a lot of great work, but none of the, except for maybe some of the ones of his wife in the bathtub, which I think I might do. I sort of was maybe I originally decided maybe not, because maybe they're these, you know, maybe less, you know, appropriate for general audiences, which is why I didn't choose one of those paintings, because those are I would maybe argue his most famous paintings are the ones of his wife in the bathtub, and he did about 4 major paintings like that. But you can see a lot. That's a great one. Here's another one where he's in the bathtub and she's standing outside the bathtub. He also did a number of these self-portraits, and often his self-portraits, he looks pretty sickly, like pretty thin, pale. He's losing his hair. His face looks gaunt. So it's interesting that those are the paintings of himself that he created. Like, also, you look at a painting like that, like this self-portrait by Bonnard, This is very close to he died in 47, I believe. Yeah, 1947, although he wasn't super productive those last few years. Um, but I mean, that painting is just like, whoa, look at those colors. Like, that is just explosion of color. Ah, okay. Um, I mean, just worth looking here. So here's like the top 30 paintings that Wiki Art has chosen to show us on Bonnard's work, kind of working backwards from his last paintings towards Les Nabis and earlier. And you look at these, and besides, again, like the nudes in the bathtub of Marta in the tub, very few of them would be recognizable to a lot of people, not just people not involved in the art world, but artists themselves would have maybe a hard time placing. They might be like, that kind of looks like a Bonnard. And you're like, you're right, that is a Bonnard. But Bonnard, is a divisive figure. As I said, Picasso hated him and hated Bonnard's work. But Matisse loved Bonnard and loved Bonnard's work. I think Bonnard, he also reminds me a lot of another artist, an Italian artist whose work we looked at, Giorgio Morandi. Because both of them are maybe less appreciated by mainstream audiences, but both of them are seen as sort of being like painters, in the sense that they're seen by other painters as great painters. They might not be appreciated by wider audiences, but they are seen as like more authentic than authentic. Like, they're the artists that big artists aspire to paint like. So I would put like Morandi, I would put Morandi and Bonnard together as artists who, I don't know if they probably never met one another, but who fall into that same sort of category as being often artists, even to this day, like Peter Doig, artists who are maybe a little bit more familiar with art history are huge fans of Bonnard. And you might see artists citing Bonnard, and you're like, Bonnard, really? I've never even heard of that person. That's interesting that they're such a huge fan of them. Another artist who I would say reminds me of that in Canadian art would be David Milne, who is very well known out in Toronto, maybe less so out west here in Canada, but not really well known outside of Toronto, certainly not in the States or elsewhere, but is certainly seen by a lot of Canadian artists as being like maybe one of the best, right? So I'm trying to think of examples like that. I mean, it's sort of like it's filmmakers who maybe are like John Waters, perhaps, or even to a lesser extent like Wes Anderson, filmmakers who are not super successful commercially, but are the kinds of filmmakers that, Steven Spielberg is in a restaurant, having lunch, and John Waters walks in, Steven Spielberg gets up and is like, wow, I want to shake your hand, like, and everyone's like, why is Steven Spielberg all excited about that old guy who just walked in here? What? I mean, doesn't everybody think Steven Spielberg is the genius, right? Whereas, anyway, I think I probably got my point. Let's see. I think we should just move right on here. Let me take a sip of tea here. Actually, maybe just before I do, I just want to let me just close up a loop here. I'm trying. When did she pass away? She dies. think in like 1930. So really for like the last decade of Bonnard's life, his primary companion, his wife, passes away, and he's sort of left on his own. And that last sort of decade of his life is kind of a bit sad. He is kind of isolated. He's no longer really seen as being an important artist. He's kind of dies in a bit of obscurity, even though, again, he's got big fans, big cheerleaders like Matisse, who just think like, man, why are you interviewing me? You should be talking to Bonnard. He's the real deal, folks. But a lot of artists, the majority of sort of the art community had sort of left Bonnard behind, kind of was seen as a little bit of like a relic of the past, because, by 1947, when Bonnard dies, you have the beginnings of, this is right after World War II, so a lot of the attention in the art world is now turned towards the United States, towards New York from Paris, because Paris is in ruins. A lot of the great artists have left Paris and moved to New York and Chicago. And so, and now for the first real time, the art world is now looking at American art, at abstract expressionism. Artists like Jackson Pollock, Willem de Kooning, Mark Rothko, and so on and so forth, whose work differs quite radically from these more these pastoral, colorful scenes, representational art. And so the world has sort of moved on into abstract painting, and it isn't really until maybe the 1970s that Bonnard there's a reappraisal of his work, and then you have kind of like a couple generations after Bonnard kind of return back and are like, wow, how come no one's talking about this guy? This is like, this is some of the best stuff I've ever seen. So it's a little bit unfortunate that he died in a bit of obscurity, but hopefully he's what's the opposite of rolling in your grave? He's dancing in his grave now that he's sort of taken a firmer place in art history. Okay, now that I close those loops, let's move on. So the next step that I want to do is potentially do some underpainting. Now, this is Bonnard. Mostly, he would often like draw in his work, right? He might sketch it out with a pencil and then just start painting directly in. He's not an artist who did much, if any, underpainting or outlining, and that's a major feature of his work. Unlike his friend Matisse, who often used a lot of outlines, Bonnard didn't, and that would be maybe a link, one could say, of the work of Bonnard's to the Impressionists, because the Impressionists also rarely did any outlining. So I think last week I might have did a little bit of underpainting, but today I think I'm just going to see if I can just go right beyond that and just go right into the painting. So where are we? Let's go to background number 1. Okay, so the first step is getting a little bit of color in the background. And I should also say, if you tuned in late, that this original, the painting originally was square and looks pretty much just like that. Maybe even less of the sky is present. So I've tried to kind of make all of these paintings a consistent dimension, just for the sake of consistency, and so that anybody can do any of these paintings on the same size of canvas. That's sort of a big, I don't know why I've decided to do that, but that's just what I decided to do kind of early on. So I added this extra space in the sky. So you are welcome to, since he never painted any of this sky up here, you could extend these trees higher. You could paint a green or yellow or orange sky here. It was a little bit purple. I think I've made it a little bit more blue than it originally was. So it was actually fairly close to what we see on the ground, and maybe that was Bonnard's intent to kind of create some kind of symmetry there. How do I want to approach this? Okay, I think, and I want to do this quickly if I can. Bonnard's whole method of working is super slow and time consuming. Lots of layering of paint. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to mix a purple. I'm going to put that in the sky, and then we're going to do maybe layer a little bit of semi-transparent blue over top of that. And we're going to do similar things in the grass. Maybe in the grass put like a bit of a, well, I was going to say a blue up there. Okay, well, let's start with the sky to start with. Okay. So, again, using the split primary palette and thinking about color temperature, we generally want to have our cool colors in the background, and then as we work our way to the foreground, which in this instance is the bottom of the painting, that's generally how it is, we're going to get warmer as we go. So since we may have two purples here, if we paint the same purple on the bottom and the top, it's going to look like they are on the same plane, and that this sky is like right up. Like if you think of a painting like a window, we want this to be much further away as opposed to kind of competing for our attention with the ground. So what I want to do is I want to mix a purple back here that is very muted. Now that's Bonnard challenges us a little bit. So let's just take a moment to see what it might look like if we took our cool blue and our cool red, we mix this, and let's put some white in here. I want to have a bit more of a magenta quality. Okay, so I kind of like that color. It is a little bit, it's going to be very opaque because of the white that's in there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to dilute it a little bit. So the color is going to stay as intense as it is. It's just going to be a little bit more transparent. And that way a little bit of the yellow comes through, which might darken this color a little bit, but I think that's going to be okay. So let's see these side by side. And so Bonnard sort of paints in these kind of little dabs of paint. Not quite like, you know, a pointillist painter. But a little bit more on the dry brush end of things. I maybe put a bit too much paint on my brush there. I think I'm going to take this original purple that I made that didn't have any white in it. I'm going to paint this into this tree here. Do the same up here. So this is, it's dark, and it's even darker when I apply it over top of that yellow, because the yellow is sort of going to turn this into a bit more of like a brown. I could do this bush back here too. What else could we do? Let's take, I'm going to take a bit of yellow and bring it into this here. Get a kind of darker green. And maybe I'm going to take this, just mix it in with a little bit of that purple, just to make it kind of a gross, kind of grayish color. Okay. That's a good start. Pascal says smog gave work to Monet and Turner. Pascal says, can it be seen as a precursor style to Chagall's dreamlike quality to his paintings? Yeah, although Chagall was way more imaginative. I mean, both of them painted from memory, but Chagall's work, Marc Chagall's work, was very fantastical. I mean, obviously his most famous painting, Fiddler on the Roof, after which the famous play was written, it literally shows a person like the size of Godzilla dancing on the top of a roof. Like, it's drawn, like this figure is 5 times larger than the house. Like, it's almost a caricature, right? It's like right out of a fantasy. Whereas I'm sure there's fantasy elements in Bonnard's work, but Bonnard still was kind of hewing. He's in the dream realm, and maybe an indirect grandfather to the Surrealist movement. Although I don't have ever heard anybody talk about surrealism and Bonnard. But probably, I mean, I think you are right. Like Chagall would have been influenced by Bonnard, and probably seen Bonnard as like a stepping stone, as like, oh, I like what that guy's doing. Wonder if I could. What if I just take that to another level, right? Yeah, that's an interesting thought there, Pascal. I like that. Emerson says hello. Hello, Emerson. Sandra says, Michael, I'm painting a giant black cat for the door for Halloween. Cool. That's a great idea. I was thinking about doing, I was getting in my mind, like, oh, I'm going to paint all of these tombstones for our daughter. I'm going to do all this stuff. And then it's like, oh, you know what? Maybe next Halloween. There's lots of people in the neighborhood who do cool things, and I feel like if I do that, then I have to stay at home the whole night handing out candy. I'd rather go door to door with my daughter. And get people to give me candy. Let's continue with the grass here, since we've just kind of started that. Let's take our... I wonder if maybe, you know, I'm going to use this color here. I'm just going to still stay in this kind of dirty, muddy color a little bit. What I'm trying to do is... Oops. Oh, that teal. I didn't see the teal under there. Huh. Okay. So maybe it is a little bit more blue. I mean, I think the more one looks at a painting by Bonnard, the more we're going to start seeing things all over the place. And probably other people looking at it would be like, I don't see teal, I see orange in there. And they're like, orange? Are you kidding me? I see purple. And that is probably a very common experience from looking at the work of Bonnard. I know this is kind of a white and blue bush or something there. I don't know, but underneath it all, we want a little bit of this color, I think. This might be a little bit on the darker side. I can't... And maybe he didn't paint it everywhere, so maybe I'll do the same thing. Should I do this? Technically, it's foreground. Let's do that. This tree up here. Okay, so those trees, I'm going to take more cool red this time. Mix it in here. Oh, maybe I can take the same color as this up here. Okay. I think that's okay. Let's do the bottom down here. Okay. I'm just going to clean my brush. So this time I'm going to paint a different purple here. This one's going to be a bit more saturated. So I'm taking cool blue and, cool red and warm blue to make this purple. So it's going to be a bit brighter, more intense. Having said that, I'm just diluting it now with a little bit of white. So it does look similar here, but this one, even without any, like, it just seems a little bit more neutral. Whereas this still seems quite pop. And oh, I just realized I didn't really talk at the beginning of the episode. I talked a little bit about this painting, but the volume was all way off. So the image we're painting here, it's called "A Girl Playing with a Dog" from 1913, and in parenthesis, Vivette Terrasse. Vivette Terrasse was Bonnard's niece. Vivette Terrasse was the daughter of Bonnard's sister, André. And her husband, Claude. Claude Terrasse was a famous composer, classical musician. And the Bonnard family was quite close. They spent, time together. They vacationed together. And since Bonnard himself didn't have any children, he spent a long time with his family and their children. So I don't know how old Vivette would have been at the time of the making of this painting. She's sort of, it's hard to say, 1913. I mean, she's probably about 20 years old, I would say, in this painting. I mean, you could also tell me she's 8 years old, and you could tell me she's 30. I could be convinced of all of them. It's not. I mean, again, that's one of the things with Bonnard is you look at it, you're like, I'm not. It could be a lot of things here. So I think we're gonna move on from this here. So. Now that we've got the background, essentially everything except the dog and Bonnard's niece, Vivette, painted, and rather than getting the background all finished, let's move on to the foreground. Let's paint the dog and the young lady in the foreground, And then we'll go back and finish the background, because trying to get the background completed when there's still these big glowing yellow areas showing through, it would be a little bit tricky, because those colors are really going to influence how we perceive the background. So rather than fiddling in there and then maybe having to fix it later on, let's start putting some colors into these missing spaces. So, when we look at the original, let's start with the dog. So, what color is underneath all of this? That is hard to say. But, I think what I'm going to go for is a bit of a peachy color. I think that would look kind of nice, and then we can, well, and there's that brown. That greenish, maybe that's on, is that on top of it? It's hard to say. Is that a brush stroke? I think he's doing a little bit of both. So let's do a little bit of both. Let's mix this peachy color. So I'll take my warm yellow, my warm red, and white. Bring those together. Oops, let's fill in that. Okay. We'll leave that for a few moments. Well, maybe actually before I clean my brush, let's just double check that we don't have a lot. Oh, maybe we could use the same color on her face, in her body. Let's do that. Let's make good use of these colors. So often when I'm doing this, I would paint all of the skin like a color like that I'm using here, but that's not how Bonnard is working. He's applying different colors in these areas, and so I'm trying to be a little bit true to that. In fact, I think probably the color I used for the bottom here, I'm going to go back, bring that back on my brush. This purple maybe with just a little bit more white. How about her clothes? Do I want to do that? Take some warm blue, a little bit of white, and cool yellow. I bet you this is like a cobalt, so it's going to be a little bit more. Oops. So this a cobalt exists between warm blue and cool blue, and it sort of would be kind of right in between. So we kind of want a little bit of both cool blue and warm blue. It gives us a bit of this teal. I'll put a bit more yellow in there. A bit more blue back in here. Let's go back to the dog. I feel like I kind of stumbled upon that earlier, actually. I'm going to take my warm blue and cool yellow to get a little bit of a grassy green here. Not going to be quite as grassy if I had used warm yellow for this. Okay, I'm just going to wipe off some paint so that I'm painting a little bit more of a dry brush. It's almost like he put a bit of this under her, on her shoes too. How about that basket? That basket, that's warm blue for sure. Oh, Maybe that same peachy red color we can use. Got her hair. What her hair is? There's a blue under this. Okay, so whether it looks like it or not, I would suspect that at some point this painting by Bonnard looked fairly similar to this. And especially the way that we've painted, kind of scrubbing with almost a bit of a dry brush. I think most successfully down here, where I kind of feel like I'm starting to kind of get the technique down. And so it would be, quite natural to, if you were to see his painting like this, to be like, whoa, what on earth am I looking at? It looks kind of messy. I'm sure he'd be like, yep, I'm still working on it. It's going to take me a few more months. Okay, Pierre. So now that we've got the painting established, we've got color in pretty much every area of the canvas, we've covered up most of the Imprimatura. We're going to want to leave a little bit of that poking through in places, for sure, because that's what he would have done. And now that we've got it covered, I want to go back in and start to refine the background. Try to apply colors on top of it that get us closer to the original. So when we look at the original, I think we should go up to the sky there. Okay, so we're going to want a cool blue to go over top of this purple. And now I'm going to start using smaller brushes. I was using a brush, just a little bit smaller than my pinky, right? So I want to use something, let's get even smaller, right? It's about half the size of my pinky. Because, again, Bonnard is there's like little dabs of paint, right? And so maybe, well, I think this will be okay for the sky. But once we start getting into, let's say, even these bushes, I'm going to want to go even smaller than that. So our cool blue. And also he's going to be mixing paint as he goes a little bit too. So we don't want to just mix up a giant batch of paint and use it. We want to have different paints that we can go to. So so here we just got the painting established. Now we're starting to put brush strokes that may eventually be the ones that stay on the cover, or on top, not the cover, on the top of the painting through to its end. So I'm going to add some matte medium to thin this paint out a little bit. And then I want to try to paint with a little bit of a dry brush. In fact, let's... Alright, so I get this paint on here, and then I try to like wipe some of it away. Again, get more paint on the brush, and then just sort of trying to get a little bit of that excess off. So you get this sort of fuzzy kind of quality. This is also a little bit hard on a paintbrush because you're kind of scraping it around on the surface, and it can do real damage to a really nice brush. So this is the kind of thing that unless you're independently wealthy, you're probably going to want to use one of your cheaper brushes to do. Because it will definitely hurt a nice brush. Okay, so let's pull that back. So you can see it's still, that's pretty dark still. Now, I don't mind that. It does look kind of nighttime-y, though. I'm a little hesitant to just go put another coat of that paint on there. I feel like I want to do something a little bit different, like maybe make it a bit pinkish. So do the kind of the opposite here. Take my cool red and white. I want to blow dry that so I'm not mixing this in, that color is sort of in place. Actually, I kind of like that. It's different than, well, I think actually it might be kind of closer to the original. I did put that blue there. Okay, I think I'm still going to put a blue back over top of that, but I wouldn't be bummed out with that pink like that. And you know, as I'm looking at it, I see like, oh, I think there's like pink in those bushes and things. So I'm gonna just take, well, I got this pink on my brush. Okay, let's get that sky again. So I think I need a bit more white. But again, I'm going to dilute it with medium, matte medium, to make it a little bit more transparent. I'm just going to put a tiny bit of yellow in there. Okay, so I feel like I'm kind of getting Bonnard's style here. So what I've been doing here in the sky would be very close to what he would have done throughout this entire painting. Like layer after layer, kind of bouncing back and forth between often opposing colors, which again is a little bit of a carryover from the Impressionists who are using those color oppositions. I think I like that. You know, it's certainly not as intense as well, again, I keep saying the original, even though the original actually had kind of a bit more of a purpley background. That does look a little bit darker. So before, I think I'm going to move on from it and just keep on working elsewhere. Likewise, I'm going to use another brush that has seen much better days. And like this painting is going to completely kill this brush for sure. A little bit of gray. Okay, let's get, I'll take this green. A little bit of cool red in there just to let's move on to the grass here. So we're going to make a brighter grassy color. Cool yellow and cool blue. Again, you can see I'm using a lot of the same colors, or mixing in, and some of the colors get a little bit muddy. My instinct is to want to kind of go a little bit faster, get a little bit scrubbier with it, but just because I started thinking like, man, this might take me a few months, just like Bonnard did, because of the slow, methodical approach he took in his work. I'm going to take a bit of warm blue, cool blue. white in there. Bit of these dabs of paint all over the okay. So then I'm going to take my warm blue again, cool red, and white. And paint a little bit with that. That's going to really just destroy this brush, which is not, doesn't bother me, but it's also going to take a while. It's, when you're painting with a brush, it's like a driving on the rim of your car tires or something. You know, there's nothing there to paint with. should we just go another layer of white? Just gonna make it a bit more pinkish. Okay, that might be... obviously, it needs to be lightened up even more. But I think I want to move on from that, just so I don't get too absorbed into this area before I get a little bit more of the painting in place. I think while let me see. Let's take this cool blue and white. those lines are kind of a bit of an afterthought, I think. Or not an afterthought, they're just happening towards the end of the painting. Kind of dabs of some white. Okay. There's definitely I need to push the. I've kind of been brightening things up a little bit, adding more and more white. We're gonna need to darken a few things down in the background, but maybe before I do that, I think I want to go back to the foreground. Now that I've got the background even more well established, let's go back to the foreground and do the same sort of thing on, because we're getting closer, and I need, because mostly I've been lightening things up, and I want to do the same thing with the figure, lighten up, and then I want to push the contrast down again, and then that way we can have a more extreme contrast between my values, values being how we measure light and dark in a painting. So, and this painting really glows. It's really bright. That's one of the things with Bonnard, is how he gets that luminescent quality in his paintings. Okay. Okay, so let's maybe I'll start out with a little bit of actual warm blue here. So this warm blue is going to show up much better when it's on top of something that's got a little bit of white in it. I'm gonna take my warm. You know what? Yeah. Let's just keep. I'm gonna do what I was planning on doing. I'm gonna take my warm red and cool blue, mix these together to get a bit of a slightly darker color, or much darker color. I just feel now that I'm actually painting some of this darker stuff in the foreground, I'm like, I feel like I want to do that in the background right now. Okay. Let's take some of this blue again. Get that green of that dog again. I think I'm going to take some warm yellow, warm blue. Randy's going for dinner. Have a good dinner, Randy. I'm gonna make my peachy color again. reds. So mostly just like warm red, and then I'm gonna probably darken it down here. So this is cold blue and warm red. Where did I use this previously? I can't remember a bit. The question will sometimes come up like, well, you just put a little bit of warm red in the background there. And that's totally fine. I mean, consider that, artists like Bonnard were constantly, this is an era, the early 1900s, where artists are trying to question things, try as many different approaches as possible. Like Cubism at this time this painting is made at really the maybe not the height of Cubism, but at the very beginning, really, of when it's really starting to take off. Like, it really kind of appears on the scene 1910, 1911, and here's 1913. And this is what Bonnard chooses to do while the rest of the world is going Cubism mad. He's using, a style that obviously I explained the difference between Bonnard's style and Impressionism, but for maybe the general public or even other artists who don't know Bonnard or aren't looking at his paintings carefully enough, Picasso, this type of painting would have just looked like super retrograde. You're just like, are you kidding me? What, did you just get out of a time machine? Like, this is what people were painting 50 years ago or 30 years ago. Again, that's not what Bonnard was doing, but on the surface it certainly probably looked like that. And so artists like Bonnard are trying out different approaches here, using maybe some warmer colors in the background, like this. Warm red, warm blue. I'm kind of jumping around a little bit here. I'm sure it's probably pretty obvious. Kind of moving around foreground, background. Because I'm also sure that's quite likely the way that he would have worked too. Is I don't see him just sort of sticking around in one area of the painting. All these feel like he's moving around all the time. There's like a web-like effect here where it's hard to really determine what color was done on top of what color. Everything seems to be enmeshed. That little bit of pink, I was like, not happy with those trees. That feels a lot better now, putting a bit of that pink in there. Okay. Chase's nice artwork. By the way, what's your favorite Grand Theft Auto game? You know, it's been a long time since I've played GTA. Yeah. So you were talking like one of the very, very first GTA releases in like the mid-90s. So yeah, it's been a little while, Chase. I mean, I'm not a big gamer. I have friends that play video games all the time, and so I've spent many times watching other people play video games. Not my favorite activity to watch other people play, but I'm just I don't really have the time to dedicate to mastering a video game, and I feel like whenever I play video games, it just drives my friends crazy because you're just pressing all the buttons. You gotta do this, and you gotta press the left up button and do the right, and it's just like, ugh. I don't have the energy to master all these things. When I was younger, my favorite game was Legend of Zelda. I used to play that a lot. That was... I did really like driving games. Like Grand Theft Auto is a primarily a driving game, and or at least it was. Who knows? I mean, it could be a little bit different now. What do you recommend? I'm sure, what does that say? I'm sure Call of Duty. I can't, it's covered with a heart. How do I get this heart out of the way? She says, I've played GTA 1 as well. My favorite is GTA 4 from 2008. And I'm sure Call of Duty would be really hard. I don't know, have you played Call of Duty? I haven't really... I've played versions of that from the 90s, but I haven't played probably the actual Call of Duty. A lot of those video games came out when I was in graduate school, getting my master's degree, and there just wasn't time. Although I had a few friends that were really into World of Warcraft when that first came out, who were devoting way more time to that video game than others to their studies. I will say, like, this method of painting, it takes, this is really the second Bonnard painting we've done, and I feel like only now am I starting to get it, and I probably shouldn't speak too soon. That's probably, just jinxed myself. But now that I'm starting to get it, I really like it. I think part of it, it is a time-consuming process because there's many layers, and those layers start to intertwine, and you start to kind of brighten and darken, until it's impossible to tell which was done at what point. But it is. I think one thing I like about it, it's in a way it really reminds me a lot of glazing too. Like when we're using a dry brush and we're affecting minimal change because we're just sort of lightly smudging a color on top of another color. It reminds me of glazing in the sense that it can be, as I often say, like glazing fluid is the timid painter's best friend, right? Because if you're a little bit afraid of like, putting a big bright color or dark color or line somewhere, you can use glazing fluid and you can just slowly paint until you feel like it's dark enough. You're not making such an instant commitment. And Bonnard's style is a little bit like that, where it's just a little bit. Okay, that's good. And again, that's exactly that kind of approach, that type of thinking was just anathema to Picasso, who was just like, put a big brushstroke there and put it down and walk away. Like Picasso, what is that, Emerald? Is it Emerald Lagasse? Who's like, bam, with the spices, bam, bam, right? It's like, whereas Bonnard is a little bit like, a little bit of spice. Just 2 little grains of spice, right? So it's pretty much about the exact opposite personality, right? So it doesn't surprise me that they would not have seen eye to eye, and certainly that Picasso would not have liked Bonnard's work. For my part, I feel like Picasso's been one of my favorite artists since I can really remember, and I've always really found that approach very attractive, that the boldness, the confidence. Like Picasso's paintings ooze confidence, arrogance, ego. I mean, he's like the pure id run mad. Whereas Bonnard there's way more control. And but it's interesting that Bonnard's pieces, like, what am I trying? It's like the there's a little bit of timidness in the way he's painting. But there's also a level of control there as well. Like, it's not like if anything, he's has more accurate control than Picasso. Picasso's sort of just wild, like just almost out of control, whereas Bonnard is very slow. But it's funny that the overall paintings, even though one would assume would produce very refined and very well articulated, distinct things because of that slowness, it actually gets more atomized, more ambiguous the more he works on it. Really fascinating. Like all of those characters and throughout art history and the choices that they're making, and just endlessly fascinating to me. Like how they're these different personalities, because they had to you know, you're not gonna out Picasso, you know, like you've got to kind of pursue something a little bit parallel, a little bit different. You can't just retread the same thing he's doing, otherwise, you know, people, Picasso himself would just shred you to pieces. And there were a lot of people who were painting essentially knockoffs of Picasso all the time, everywhere he went. So this is a bit more of a teal. This is my cool blue coming back in a few places. I don't know if that was a good idea to put that cool blue down there. I can always get rid of it. Oh, okay, so there's almost like a little stutter. I keep like looking at like, how does he get some of these marks? That's it. It's like a shaky hand almost. let's go to a smaller brush. I'm going to take my cool yellow and white now. Kind of maybe overdid it a little bit there, but that's okay. Again, we're going to kind of go back and maybe add a little bit of some darker bits, a little bit more of just like almost like a candy green into some of these, into the grass. This is also interesting to me, seeing these little marks, these little brush strokes, which are different than some of what we've been doing so far, which is to kind of have a bit more blurry qualities. And then here all of a sudden we've got these fairly sharp blades of grass all over the place. Okay, that's great. But let's get a bit of cool blue back in here. Chase says, just wondering about Canada for when I go one day. Is it full of, what does it say? Ethnic Ukrainian, German, French, British people. Yeah, totally. Yeah, I mean, whereabouts are you, Chase? Are you you're down in the States somewhere? I can't remember. Canada, I know this will drive Canadians crazy, but Canada is very similar to the United States in terms of just demographics and there's many places in Canada. If you fell out of an airplane and you could be like, I don't know, am I in Canada? Am I in California? I mean, I don't, you know, so Canadians, to some extent, have different we tend, well, it's hard to generalize, but Canadians tend to be a little bit, in many ways, a little bit more European. In that we have a parliamentary system, like a lot of places in Europe, a political system. I mean, when I lived for a long time in Los Angeles, I went to college down there and stayed down there, and it really took a long time for me to be able to recognize the differences between Canada and the United States. Because when I first went down there, it's like, it's basically the same people, just a different government, right? And then over time, I would, you just, it's so hard to, like, you would just see even, like, really good friends of mine and be like, oh, that's interesting. Like, just hear people make comments that you're like, oh, I'd never hear that, or at least within my circle of friends back in Canada. Like, I find Americans tend to be way more politically active than Canadians. And that goes back, I was there in the late 90s when George Bush was president. And, like, and I remember at the time, like, being like, Americans drive me crazy. And then I went down to Los Angeles. And I thought, like, I was not a big fan of George W. Bush. But when I got down there, I was like, wow, Americans are way more, the left of the United States was way more upset with George W. Bush than anybody in Canada was. And it makes sense, it's their country, and if you're not happy with the leaders of your own, it's one thing to be from a different country and to look at the United States and be like, Trump or Biden or whatever, But if you live in the United States and that's your president and you don't like them, people get way more intense about it. Lisa says, I love your background area. Thank you, Lisa. Starting to kind of come together. Like, how long did I say? I said, does it take me somewhere between 4 to 4.5 hours? And slowly getting there. So what I'm looking at now is, can I move into this area and put some just big streaks of white, or kind of white, on top of that? Maybe I'm just going to blow dry that real quick. So I was just thinking about how this is the kind of painting where I feel like no matter how long I spend on it, it will never look more than 70% like the original. And that's just because of the way Bonnard painted. Obviously because he took a long time, and I'm not going to spend 30 hours on this painting. But that layering, the meshing, the web-like effect of all of these brushstrokes, thin layers of paint, would take a long time, and what it does is creates that ambiguity as to where one figure ends and the background begins and all that kind of stuff. And the only way to make it look like very close to the original would be to basically reproduce it exactly. And anything other than very close to exactly the same is going to look wildly different or inaccurate or full of mistakes. So the one thing I would caution is anyone trying to do this painting, you have to be very forgiving to yourself and very open to knowing that almost out of necessity, you're going to create something that's going to look different than the original. It's almost like going into, I mean, I didn't really think about this until now, and because I didn't really know it until now, but if I was starting the episode over, I would say, listen, if you're going to do this painting, you're going to have to accept that your painting is never going to look exactly like Bonnard's, unless you're going to spend like 40, 50 hours, because he spent 30, so you're going to have to spend more, unless you're Bonnard himself doing it again. And because of that, that could be very discouraging for people who are like, ugh, yeah, it looks okay, but it doesn't look like Bonnard. I mean, this is what I talked about with the previous painting I did, right? And I said, at the end, I was like, I like how this painting turned out. On its own, I really like how this painting turned out. Does it replicate Bonnard's style accurately? Not really. So that's one of those things. You have to kind of look at it like, I'm going to use this as inspiration. It's going to look very different. And am I able to accept that? Am I able to go, yeah, it doesn't look like the original, but that's okay? Or am I so obsessed with perfection that anything other than 95% accurate is a disaster? Well, then I think this would not be the painting for you, just because of the way Bonnard painted it. Like it's impossible to get it to that level of accuracy. And if you did, I think it would look very stiff and stilted. So we still want to capture a certain amount of energy in this painting. Okay. I'm going to get back to these pinks. too much pink. Let's get a bit more white. So this is not a, this is kind of a little bit more of a slightly bluish white. I'm going to go with more white over top of it a little bit later. I'm just going to give it a tiny bit of warm yellow in here. I don't know, that gray probably shouldn't have gone there, but that's okay. Taking this kind of purpley brown. put my, where's my white? Fountain here. Okay. What should we do next? Oh, it's got her shoes. So I'm just gonna. I've kind of got just like a bunch of messy colors, kind of grays and browns that start to form as I've got lots of just paint that I've used. It's all mixed up, and it's the kind of thing that I think often I hear when I'm teaching classes. Students are like, "Oh, I need to get a new, palette, or I need to clean my palette. It's all mucked up, and I would say, when you're starting a painting, you do generally want to have the colors at their full strength. But personally, as a painting develops, I like it when the colors start to get kind of messy and may mix together. Okay, I think I'm gonna blow dry it, and then let's work on the dog and Vivette's face. Chase says, "Do you teach at art school like college?" I do. Yeah. That's I gotta be up bright and early tomorrow morning in the classroom. I teach at a university here in Vancouver, Canada, called Emily Carr University of Art. And yeah, so this is what I do for fun when I'm not also doing my artwork. I'm working on a graphic novel, a comic book right now too, so I'm trying to keep busy. Keep myself out of trouble. Ooh, getting those legs. Chase says, "Have you heard of the evil King Leopold II of Belgium?" Yeah, totally. Yeah. What about King Leopold II of Belgium? What is on your mind? It's a bit of a random question, Chase. Paul says, "I haven't seen your wife and daughter for a while. I'd like to see them if possible." Oh, they're around. I'm not sure what they're up to at the moment. Okay, what was I going to do? Should I do another title? What's that? Let's do one of these. Okay, I don't think I did a background. Did I do background pass number 2? Either way, I want to work on the foreground here, face of Vivette, Bonnard's niece, and her dog. So we're getting closer to finishing touches, not quite there, but let's do the dog next here. So I think I'm going to look at that. First of all, I want a little bit more bright green in a few places. I'm going to take my cool blue and warm red. Oops, let's do that again. Cool blue and warm red, and that gives us a really dark color. We've used that a few times here. If we just add cool yellow to this, we'll get black. You'll notice the only black I see is in her hair, so we'll get there shortly, but not just yet. So the brush right now is fairly dry, and it is hard to do outlines with a dry brush because you never know when a little bit of extra paint is going to sneak right out of off the brush there. So. Now, when I was doing this outline, I thought that this might be a tongue hanging out here. So you paint what you see. And I'll paint what I see here. little halo. I'm going to take a little bit of blue and make it slightly bit more of a bluish white. Okay, I think I might be okay moving on from the dog, for at least for now. Sanju, nice to see you. It says, hey Mikey, we'll be on 2-month school holidays. I hope to do maximum painting and drawing. I'm amazed at the amount of painting I produce with just 200 milliliter painting tube. I always thought art was costly. Well, that's true. Definitely art can be very costly. But also, you know, if you maximize your materials, you can certainly get a lot of painting out of just a couple of tubes, you know, one tube of paint, right? Obviously, you know, it's nice to have more than just one color. But I think that's what I always say to people. Like, most of the costs of painting are upfront. And, you know, it's so I can understand why people might be a little bit reluctant, because you're like, I don't know, do I want to invest $150 in materials if maybe I don't want to do this afterwards? But if you do make that investment, you're set up for years worth of painting. Certainly, you know, for this class, I've probably bought 4 sets of paints over 300 paintings, which, you know, that comes out to like $600 or something, which is not cheap, but to make more than 300 paintings, you know, and especially if you consider, you know, you could end up selling the paintings you make. If you only sell 4 or 5 of them for $50, $60 a piece to maybe friends and family, or maybe for a lot more money than that, then you know, you could easily, like, let's say you made simple paintings, took you a couple of hours, 2-3 hours each, and then you sold them, you know, at a touristy area in your local town for $40, $50, $60 each. That investment of like $150 you would make back in one night, and then now you've got enough paint to make another 100 paintings or so, right? So just, that's something to be considering. I use the 8 tubes of primary colors, black and white. Awesome. And I'm still using those tubes. Nice job, Sanju. Yep, spreading that money out. You can certainly get a lot of stuff done. Well done. Okay, so now let's paint really Vivette's face. This again, this is the niece of Pierre Bonnard, and where should we start here? We want a kind of saturated purple. Let's take our warm blue and cool red. Mix that together. That's nice. It's also way too dark. Oh, and that's way too much matte medium, but there we go. At least we've got it out of there. Okay. Oops. Just blend that together. While that's slowly drying, I'm just taking that purple with less medium. I'm going to paint this on her arms. Michael, why don't you just have a little bit of patience for a change? Okay, I need to blow dry that here. Okay, so I think it's time to make a little bit of black here for the first time. Let's use a little bit of a bigger brush. Okay, so let's take our cool yellow. Let's say cool yellow, warm red, cool blue. That's maybe a bit too much of that, but let's mix that up. Cool yellow, cool blue, warm red. Mix them together and we'll get a black. However, that doesn't look like black, that looks like brown. What's wrong? Well, it looks like we've got enough red and enough yellow, because yellow and red are going to make a orange, and we put blue in it, and that's going to make it go brown. But it's just brown, it's not black. So that tells us we need to add more blue to this mixture to pull that brown from the oranges into the blacks. Looks pretty good. It's still a little bit brown, so let's take a bit more cool blue. And there we go. It's not pure black, but close enough. Chase says Indiana Jones 5 wasn't good. I did see it, and I kind of agree. It wasn't as bad as I was expecting it to be, but it wasn't great. Yeah, I mean the reviews were pretty terrible. I didn't think it was. Yeah, it wasn't. I mean, the first three are pretty good. I really like the first. My favorite one might be the first one, the third one, the second one, and then I'd probably, I don't know what's better, fourth or fifth. What do you think, Chase? Would you like Indiana Jones 4 with the refrigerator and the nuclear explosion and the space aliens, or do you like what even was? Oh, was time travel? That was, oh yes. Time travel was Indiana Jones 5. I gotta say, some of the stuff at the very end of Indiana Jones 5 was awesome. I kind of was like, why did we have to wait 3 hours for this? Why didn't we have this for the past 3 hours? Okay, so where are we? Okay, so here's my black that I've just mixed, and here's my glazing fluid. So I'm just getting or not glazing, it's matte medium, sorry. Getting a little bit of that on my brush. You know what, I'm just looking at the original to get that. I can't get that fuzzy quality in this painting. It's just too small. His original wood is 75 inches by 80 inches. You know, that's just to give you an idea. A piece of plywood is 48 inches wide by 96 inches tall. So that's like that. That's roughly about 96 inches tall. So this is about 80 inches tall by 76. Which is longer than, so it's longer than my arm's length. Essentially, the painting is about my height and my width. And so her face that he painted would roughly be life size almost, essentially. So when you're working on this, you're like, man, I'm having a hard time getting the details. Just keep in mind, you know, this is what the size of my thumbnail is her face. So you have to be forgiving to me and also to yourself when you're working on a painting like this. I'm having a real hard time seeing my pencil lines. The reason why I put a little bit of matte medium in here was to try to help get that little bit of extra softness going on. A little bit of that blurred look. should have done her hair first to kind of block in her face. Like I'm doing now. And it's very hard to resist the urge to do a bunch of outlining here. Like to just draw an outline around her chin there. Just how kind of blurry that face is. It's just crazy. Chase says, I'll agree the end of Indiana Jones 5 when they go back in time to 214 BC was pretty good. It's hard to say which is better, 4 or 5. Yeah, it's both of them were kind of underwhelming for sure. Having said that, the expectations were just so high that it just, yeah, it would have been really hard to please everybody. And the same sort of thing with the new Star Wars movies. Done there. I'm gonna blow dry this. Or actually, maybe I'll put her hair in here first. Let's do that. Just a little bit of white. Okay, let's take this purple. Let's put a bit of white into it because I need to block out a little bit of what was underneath. So that white is going to help. So I just add a little bit more white in there. I'm trying to overpower the black and just get a little bit of shape back in there. Okay, I'm going to blow dry that quickly. Let's get that peachy orange color rocking again here. So warm yellow, bit of warm red, and some white. Put a bit of medium in there just to thin it out a little bit. just going to add a bit that same color. I'm going to paint a bit of it back on her arms there, just so that it's not just isolated to her face, that it's continuous elsewhere. Basket there. Let's see. Let's get... Okay, you know what? Let's blow dry all that. Let's see. Okay, yeah, let's go back to her face. And you know what? I think I want that's... I put... There's a lot of white in here. I want a bit more of just a little bit more orangey quality. So I want to just mix a bit more red in here. There we go. I gotta blow dry that again. Okay, getting my purple again. I'm gonna take maybe just a little bit more magenta and put that in here. A little bit more of a cooler purple. I'm getting there. I'm actually pleased it's happening here. Okay, let's blow dry that again. I was gonna do the lips. I think maybe they're okay, but maybe just a little bit. Let's blow dry. Chase says, "Is there an air conditioner in the background? I'm hearing a blowing sound. It's the furnace that's. Oh, there's a furnace right there, right off screen. Nothing much I can do about it, unfortunately, except maybe that." Can you hear me now? What are you saying? I don't know. Is there anybody else who's watching that can't hear me right now? Because all my levels show that I'm still working here. You have been mute for 12 minutes. Well, that's not what things say. So I don't know. I'll just type it in there if people can't hear me. Oh, Kathy says, yep, I can hear you. Okay. So I'm not sure what's going on, Chase. Maybe there's something wrong with the audio on your side or the internet connection, maybe. But I do, again, I appreciate people asking, because there have been entire episodes where I've been on mute and everyone is like, you're on mute, and I'm just like, da 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 da, la di da di da, going about my business. And then like an hour goes by, I'm like, no. Can you hear me, Chase? You should be able to hear me. Other people are doing okay, so you know, it's the nature of a live broadcast. Sometimes the audio is kind of cuts in and out a little bit, perhaps. And I mean, it's a miracle that we're able to do this at all. So. Kathy says, I couldn't hear you either. I just chimed in now. Kathy says, yes, it's okay now, but before there was no sound for me either. That's frustrating. Well, I'm glad that it's kind of working a little bit right now. Okay, well, let's, I think I want to... So I think I'm very close to being done, but I'm not sure. So what I want to do is I want to just sort of back out, take a look at this painting, see if some changes, especially to the sky, for instance, might need to be done, or if it's okay to walk away at this stage. Okay, so there's that one. Let's just compare them side by side. Because at this stage we're pretty close to the original. And again, keep in mind the blue that you see there is not accurate. The actual painting kind of was cropped about there and there. It was square. So I've just sort of, I photoshopped in that blue and was like, maybe it'll look good with a big blue, bright blue sky. I don't know. I would love to know what you guys think. Do you think I should change the color of the sky? Like right now, the sky seems a little bit... I like the way I've painted it. That's the thing. I like how it's painted, but does it match the reality of this scene? Like at the moment, I've got this... The colors are fairly bright, which... And the light is coming down kind of right from above. So it tells us that this is... You know, probably it's almost like noon. There's a lot of light, so it should be a pretty bright scene. Whereas this background is kind of, you know, it's either very cloudy or it may even be past sunset. So from just a purely internal coherence, that sky seems out of place. It should be way brighter than it currently is. It is a bit of a bummer to change it because I like it, but sometimes that has to happen. So I would be curious to hear what other people say. While people are thinking of an answer. And maybe if you have a suggestion other than that color, if you think it should be yellow or green or purple or orange. Let's get this ground down here. Let's make a bit more of this paint. So we're going to take our cool red, warm blue, mix that up again. Saturated purple. Make a bit more of a lighter version there. And another one that's much lighter. some white, matte medium. I'm not super happy with that, this last little bit of brush strokes there, but it... Just going back in and darkening a little bit. Man, I feel like I could just fiddle in here all day long. Good night, Chase. Thanks for keeping me company for so long. I appreciate that. Kind of obscure some of that stuff I just did. Maybe not completely erase it, but I don't really think it might be kind of there in the original, but the way that I've sort of painted the bottom down here is definitely different than the original anyway, so okay. Okay, let's blow dry this. That sky. What do you want to do with that sky, Michael? Let's look at these side by side. Should I make that more blue? Should I darken her face a little bit? Darkening her face, that's something I can do. Let's start with that. So this time I'm going to use some glazing fluid. I don't want a lot of empty space here, so I'm putting a little glazing fluid there. Let's take a little bit of our black. I'm going to blow dry that. I know there's not a little speck of highlight on her eye, but I feel compelled to put, in fact, let's blow dry that. This is just a tiny little dot on both eyes. I'm gonna blow dry that, and then kind of maybe actually dilute, just reduce the highlight a little bit. So let's take glazing fluid. So I just painted over that eye just a little bit. I think in terms of scale, it's probably about as much as I can accomplish here, which is not bad. It's just there's limitations, right, as to what one can do. Okay, let's quickly blow dry. So the sky is driving me crazy. What would look good up there? Would it be a peach color? Would peach be appropriate? Or just a cool blue? What would he do? Ooh. That's kind of nice. Okay, so let's just jump off the deep end here. Let's take our cool blue. White. Let's blow dry that. What about if it's a little bit yellowy down at the bottom here? What if we put a tiny bit of green? that green keep going up higher? Ah. I think that's starting to look better. Let's get even more. Should probably blow dry this before I go too much further here. That might be good. That might be... Let's just see how it stacks up against the original here. Let's blow dry that. Okay. I think I want to put a little bit of yellow towards the horizon there. Let's do the glazing fluid. So there's some glazing fluid. Let's just take some cool yellow on its own. And so I'm just rubbing the excess paint off on the edge of the palette. I probably should stop here, but I don't know about that sky. That drives me crazy. I mean, the fact that you got this bright green here and then we fade into bright green back there doesn't... If it was more yellow, that would be okay, but it's very greenish, isn't it? I don't know. Maybe it's okay like that. I think I'm just sort of fiddling endlessly here. I think that's probably good enough, don't you think? I could probably walk away. I think, right? Yeah, okay. Oh, Kathy says, wow, lots of detail in this. I'm back for a minute to see. Okay. We made it to the end of the painting. Oh, it took an extra hour longer than I expected, which is typical, right? Every time I say I'm going to be done at a certain time, you could just add an extra hour, at least. So I think this turned out pretty good. Let's just do a little bit of house cleaning here. Please like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. And if you want to support the channel, please leave a donation, as little as $1 through PayPal, Super Chat if you're watching the live stream, or an e-transfer or check in the mail. If you want my email, it's on my website and on the Facebook group. Those links are down below. So how do these two paintings stack up side by side? They are a little bit different. I mean, overall, I feel really happy. I think I did a better job of capturing the spirit of Pierre Bonnard's paintings in this one. It is a little more complicated, so it does take a little bit more time. But overall, I'm pretty happy. I mean, again, his painting was basically life size, right? You know, 80 inches tall by 75 inches wide, which is basically, you know, 5 feet, right? 5 by 5 feet or so. So, whereas I'm on a 9 by 12 inch canvas. So, you know, we look at these side by side. Things that are obviously the major differences is the sky, because once again, the original painting ends about here, and it's actually a little bit kind of purpley, and on the bottom it ends right about there. So I've extended and added things. Do I want to do the signature? I want to do a signature down there. I think I'm okay. Because I could go big signature there. I also could put the signature in the sky. I think it's okay, actually. And as I look at it just on its own, I'm not looking at the screen. I'm like, oh, actually, I really like that sky. And probably as I look at it, the longer I look at it without the original, I think the happier I'll be. Although I do think maybe I do want to put a signature down here. I was so close to saying goodbye. And then they pull me back in. All right. Yeah, I think what he used kind of like a dark orangey red, kind of like this. So that's our... Do I have much of it? Can I reactivate any of this stuff? I just remember there's a little bit of a... Sorry if that was loud. Kind of a leaking situation here at the furnace. I hear it dribbling and I'm like, let's just make sure I don't have... I'm about to step into a big wet puddle here in a few minutes. Okay. Okay. So now we can do a proper comparison here. Let's get these centered. There we go. Okay. So I feel pretty good about that now that we're at this stage. Be able to look at them side by side. I think they turned out pretty good. Let's zoom in. Let's just take a look. Maybe let's start up in the corner here. So obviously things are a little bit different. Again, part of that, the original bush doesn't exist, right? So you can even see the line barely through here where I photoshopped. Right, so all that and above is just Photoshop. Kind of, you see some of the fragments in there. And it wasn't that blue either. Let's just scroll across. These trees. Again, also those trees, obviously you can see how I photoshopped just using the clone tool, and that's okay. If anything, like mine just appears a little bit too smooth back there, as opposed to his it's not a huge amount of impasto texture, but maybe not as smooth. Part of that is me using my finger to smudge things out, which gets that effect. I think what I see here is actually him wiping paint away, like with turpentine on a rag. So he can get a different effect than I can. So he's wiping all the way through the top layers of paint back down, which creates a really cool look, but I just can't recreate that in with acrylics. How about this bush here? I like this feature a lot of his painting. Like, that is pretty bold to put that in there at that stage, and I think I did a fairly good job of capturing that. Let's go down. You can also see where I've done some photoshopping here. This is all kind of blurred out, so mine you know, is doing its best to try. I think I got the colors pretty closely. Pretty happy with that overall color-wise in this painting. I think is quite accurate. Maybe could have been a little bit brighter. I could have gone just put even a little bit more white in here. And then on the other side, the dog is maybe a little bit too bright, right? It's this is a tricky painting. I mean, Bonnard was a favorite of Matisse for a reason, that he really could balance those values and the intensity of colors masterfully, right? I mean, there's a reason why he's considered to be, like, you know, a painter's painter, is that every painter kind of admires what he was able to accomplish, even if maybe the general public wasn't quite so enamored with him. Yeah, like that green that he's using is so bright, so saturated. I mean, it makes me think maybe my Imprimatura, maybe white would have been fine, because that's how I would have got like such bright colors, such saturated colors. Putting that yellow there kind of definitely pulls it, reduces it a little bit. It gives it a glow, a warm glow, but maybe we want something that's just a little bit more intense. I mean, you could see, like, I mean, it's hard to leave a paint, like the way the bottom of her dress here, you know, you could see how kind of almost like hesitant or undefined it is. Whereas mine, like, I was doing my best, but it still looks, you know, like there's almost an outline there. It's so hard to just let that be. And, you know, this basket. Like, even those hands, like, look how he just lets those fingers be, you know, undefined, that you look at him, and like when I was trying to do the outline, like trying to draw these fingers, I was like, I spent maybe 10 minutes just drawing each hand, like, where am I going to put those lines? Where do they go? And so I think that's part of what he likes, is that ambiguity, and like, so you kind of need a larger canvas to do that. And then, you know, like basically the more I look at it, the more I see that he did do like wiping with a rag and just to pull paint off. And so it gets that, like, his version almost looks like, you know, somebody spray painted graffiti on there and they used cleaning fluid to remove it. And so it just has that real blurry, you know, like a smartphone photo from 2002 kind of thing. That is really hard. It's just, at this scale, really hard to accomplish. But as I said, you know, if I can look at this painting on its own without comparing it to the original, which is what I will do once, you know, the camera comes off, I think I'm going to feel much happier about this painting. And not that I don't feel happy about it right now, but I think it's going to grow on me for sure. Okay, I think we're ready to go, right? So, oh my goodness, my feet are killing me standing this whole time. So thank you everyone for painting along with me. I can't wait to see what you created. I think on might be Thursday morning we'll do our feedback episode. So until then, we'll see you later. Have a great night, everybody. Bye-bye.